Well, welcome back, everyone, to the present moment. Um, it's a great time, a great moment to be alive, a great moment to come back to the present, a great moment to see through appearances, a great moment to not hold on to anything. So I wanted to speak a little bit today about, firstly, that I'm not a monk anymore again. Some of you may know, some of you may not know, but I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years in Myanmar, in Thailand, in India, traveling around the world, teaching and practicing meditation. And then in the beginning of this year, I stopped to being a monk. Uh, and after that, I wasn't a monk for a while. And then recently, I attended a 10-day meditation vipassana retreat in Vietnam, and I ordained temporarily again as a novice monk. And I wasn't really sure if that was going to be forever, but there weren't the conditions at this time, at this moment, to continue wearing the Theravada robes of a novice monk. So here I am again, as I am. We can talk about the politics or the idiosyncrasies, the specifics of monasticism in the modern world, but that's not really what I'm interested to talk about here. And so the other topic that I felt would be interesting to bring up and explore together is this question of what is enlightenment? What really is enlightenment? Is it being spaced out? Is it kind of not thinking about things? Is it feeling very happy, feeling very peaceful? I don't know. But I'm open to talk about it together with everyone who's interested. So it may not be possible to really say directly or precisely what enlightenment is. That may not be possible. But we get some guidelines, some supportive information in the Buddhist structure, the Buddhist teachings that I think are very well informed or useful. Just in terms of us kind of clearing up our vision or clearing up our perspective about what enlightenment is, and how we can use it as a workable term, as a functional term, not just this vague spiritual idea that we have. So, firstly, can everyone see me and hear me okay? Is the audio and video pristine, clear? So in this Buddhist Theravada Buddhist framework of enlightenment, there's actually 4 stages. So we can look at this from an anime perspective. We can look at this, Donnie, from the perspective of being Naruto at the beginning of his journey. And so not being enlightened is kind of easy to talk about, right? If we're not enlightened, then we're angry, confused, fearful. We're kind of constantly in conflict with everything that we experience, right? There's not much access to peace. There's not much access to like stopping the reactionary mind and then looking deeply at a situation, an experience, a person, a moment. We're kind of like totally at the behest of our ego, or at the under the control of our greed, our anger, our delusion. And so then, we get onto this journey of spiritual practice, and we may find ourselves entering the stream or getting onto the first stage of enlightenment, and that is called sotapanna. Sotapanna, or stream entry, and it has basically three qualifying factors. The first is right view. So right view means that you no longer intellectually believe in the view of a separate self. So intellectually, like the consciousness, the awareness, the cognitive faculties that are under your control in the here and now about how you look at and how you think about the world, are no longer under the illusion that your ego or your separate self entity, your story, is real. So this right view, or this right way of looking at things, it doesn't mean that there's not anger, agitation, or difficulties or confusion that comes up, but it means that your view or your perspective is based in a lack of being intellectually convinced about a separate self, yourself, myself, etc. So we that right view can kind of see into interbeing. It can see into the interconnectedness of everything. We can see through the inherent validity, the supposed inherent validity about what we personally think about ourselves and about the world. We can see that that is illusory, that the sense of self is empty, that there's no real self here or anywhere. There's no separation here or anywhere. Doesn't mean that appearances of separation or appearances of ego don't arise and pass away, but we're not convinced by those as much or at all anymore with our right view. Secondly, we have full faith in the development, the possibility of the development to being completely enlightened or being completely free from suffering. It's not sure how much we will follow up with that or follow through with that, but we have this faith that if we practice seriously, let's say according to the Buddhism and the meditation or the clear teachings on how to end suffering, that we can be completely enlightened, completely free from suffering, that there's this faith that that's completely possible. And so the third and final rule here, or the third factor of being in this first stage of enlightenment, anybody know? I might have to look for it. 3 factors of Sotapanna. Okay, so this last one is really interesting. This last part of it is really interesting. So it's the complete faith in the path, like the possibility of success, total success on the path, And let's say that this is what Buddhism is about, so we could use the word Buddhism. And then secondly, it's seeing through this false belief in a self. So if it's having this right view or this right perspective that's not self-dependent or self-exclusive, right? Because before we have right view, all of our ideas and our opinions and our perspectives are based in this view of a personal self entity, right? A real true person and a real true story. Yeah, let's have a call soon, Karen. And number 3 is, this is a really interesting one. There's no more belief in rites and rituals. This can also be said to no more belief in appearances. We were able to see through appearances. We're able to see the kind of like the, how would you say it? The not hypocrisy, but the, we're able to see through the mysticism of all of these rituals, all of these things that we do to get some result. So we, without attachment to all these rites and rituals, we can kind of be fully grounded and established where we already are. And when people come along to us and say, I'll do this ritual for you, I'll do this special ceremony for you, you know, I'll purify your karma, it's not that you know, disagree or agree with that. It's that you've experientially seen through this notion that rites and rituals can be successful to bring you where you already are. Right? That these different practices and these different, you know, complicated prescriptions are empty. And that everything that we need for our practice, for our way, is right here and right now, 100%. And that's one of the things, is that being a monk can be a lot of rituals. You know, it can be a lot of rites and rituals. So it's interesting. And that's right, Travel Guru, that does happen. And that's one of the great benefits of being a monk. But keeping this kind of focused on the enlightenment aspect, because this is really only for people who want to be enlightened, you know, who want to see through or get through or end suffering. 100%. I mean, the worst of the worst and the best of the best can become monks or become Buddhists and, you know, go further on the path. Uh, and so when you reach this first stage of enlightenment, when you reach this Sotapanna stage, stream entry stage, your reactivity is greatly reduced. So it's very, very difficult to make you angry. It's very, very difficult to make you greedy. It's very, very difficult to, in some ways, like sustain lust, right? To sustain sexual desire. And so once we reach that stage or that revolution of freedom, experientially, we're much less carried away by the things that usual people are carried away by. Yeah, so the right view, because what that sense of a separate self is like amorphous. The sense of a separate self is just like a feeling. It's a quality of grasping. It's a quality of seemingness, right? So there's not actually this thing that is a separate self. So the sense of a separate self is just this, really, it's just a sensing or a seeming, right? And so the right view is that we are no longer able to be taken in by that seemingness. So, like the right view maybe can give us more access to timelessness, right? So it's like what the you that you think is there, existing in terms of time, does not exist in right view. Because experientially it's so clear that there's not like there's no such thing as this self, this separate self that's there. It can seem that way. It's not that things can't, because like even if you had right view, you could still watch a movie and be like interested and maybe entertained by the movie, because you can still be into seemingness, right? This seems to be the good direction to go in, and so you go in that direction, right? But you're not stuck in this wrong idea um, about being a real true person, a real true story. It's experientially um, kind of not practical, not realistic. And when we are in environments where right view is kind of known about and experienced and appreciated, it's very, very conducive for us to develop or stabilize our right view. And when we don't have those access to those environments, then it can be quite difficult. And so whatever it is that we find ourselves to be dealing with, struggling with, the point is not to fix that situation or to fix that problem. The point is to see through the solidity of that problem, of that struggling, so that whatever it is actually okay. And that is the right way of being with whatever is happening. Because it's like that. I don't know about you, but I'm not on an airplane. I'm not on a private jet somewhere. And so earthquakes happen on the earth. So any moment here, an earthquake can happen and swallow up this whole coffee shop. That's completely possible. Anyone else who's not on an airplane right now, that's possible to happen to you. However unlikely it is irrelevant because it's possible. So even in this possibility of everything falling apart right now, that's okay. All kinds of different things can happen. Somebody can rush into the coffee shop and say, "There you are," and, tear you limb from limb. It's completely possible. Just like it's possible for you to end suffering, or it's possible for you to become enlightened. It's possible for you to not be lost in the identity of a depressed person for the rest of your life. Even though it seems like you have to be depressed, you have to be stuck, you have to be lost. It can really seem that way, it can really feel that way, and yet that's not necessarily the truth. So the way that things seem also goes along with that not being attached to rites and rituals. It means that the way of being unconvinced becomes more accessible than the way of being convinced. And you see the faultiness of being convinced about anything, especially in terms of time. It's possible that if you do this, this, and this, you will be healthy or more attractive, or more enlightened or more wealthy. It's possible, but actually it's not true to see that as being true, because it's all subject to impermanence. It's all subject to change. Sure, if you want to be a Muslim or you want to be a Buddhist or you want to be kind, you can give it a try. There's not really any such thing as warrior monks. Those people are not really monks. And I mean, look at me, I'm one to speak, but um, it's just a performative martial arts school. Totally to detach from everything, but not to get stuck in the idea of detachment as being rejection. So you don't have to reject anything to be detached from everything. And in fact, rejection is not detachment. Looks like this is a famous shop over here, so I'm going to go over there. Give me. I'm going to see what's going on with that snack shop. I think y'all can probably still hear me okay. The air is very cool and fresh out here, and this is a good present moment. Because when we can't see through the view of self, we can't see things as they are. We only see anything or everything as it relates to this idea that we have about ourselves. So this right view is a view that doesn't depend on the story that we have about ourselves. And this is like an experience of independence. And so we, instead of thinking about how we can, eat more candy or play more video games, which I'm open to that also, but we can think about how can we see more clearly? How can we hear more directly? How can we feel more fully? Totally, completely, not bound up by the ego. Can everybody hear me clearly still? Can you all hear me okay, or am I too far away? Great. So this actually isn't about taking it seriously. You know, it's being open to what we're experiencing and being open to having a broader, a more inclusive, a more intimate experience of life as it is, wherever that happens to be. You know, and this is just where you happen to be at this moment. So the things themselves are not the problem, it's your attachment to those things, and it's your ego narrative about those things. So this is the confusing part about detachment, where we think detachment is about rejecting things. If you can be open to everything at this moment, you won't need to reject anything. You won't need to be a rejecter. You can instead be a forgiver. You know, and when it comes down to this kind of aggressiveness that comes up, listen, who wants to feel aggressive? I mean, we might feel that it's appropriate, or it's, you know, we're okay to be aggressive right now because just one, maybe this one. Yeah, okay. We may feel it's okay for us to be aggressive now because we're in a protected environment, you know, we're in our room and nobody's going to get us and everything's going to be okay. But really this pattern, this way of being aggressive, you know, what does it come down to? It comes down to who's got the bigger gun. Who's more ready to hurt the other person? How much? 22. 22. You know, so that's the last thing you want to do is kind of fulfill the endorsements of habits of negativity. What did Jesus say in Matthew 7:12? Jesus said the golden rule is whatsoever ye do to others, ye have done to yourself. And what that means in terms of like a Jesus consciousness perspective is that you're actually in a hologram of your own mind. In a hologram of your own mind. What do we have here? You know, how do you want other people to treat you? Honestly, ask yourself that. It's a big question. How do you want other people to treat you? Treat others that way. You get back what you give. Period. So unless you're a masochist, unless you want people to hurt you, unless you want people to disrespect you, unless you want people to be mean to you, unless you want people to not take care of you, then be in the right way towards others as much as you can. Because this life or this experience is kind of like a universal moment by moment by moment by moment. Every moment is profound. Our entire lives are just one simple moment. Our entire lives are just this one simple moment. You go back to the beginning of the video to get your answers. It's okay, it's okay. It's like a cornbread. So this little shop, I think it's quite famous because he's doing like a cornbread, and that's maybe not normal in the Vietnamese streets. You know, this is so that's the most important. We want to go from being unenlightened to being enlightened. We want to go from not having right view to having right view. Samadhi. We want to go from being very easily made angry, very easily made lustful, very easily made delusional and lost in our thoughts, to not easily delusional, to not easily greedy, to not easily angry. We want to be able to see through our own ego. And what that means is we can actually take an objective look at what's going on. That's not about our personal opinion or our judgments, like our underlying judgments that allow us to act in certain ways continuously. So the right view is like we cut off that cord between underlying judgments and the way that we're expressing ourselves right now. And when we cut through that, we can actually look at what's going on right now in a totally objective way, or in a way that's free from biases and also free from conflicted emotions, right? And Sadhguru always talks about this, like, how do you want to feel? Do you want to feel angry and greedy and bloated and miserable? Or do you want to feel joyful and blissful and happy and wonderful, right? And so you have to make that decision. And so you have maybe not learned, certainly, to be able to make that decision in a skillful way, to feel the way that you want to feel, so you don't feel the way that you want to feel. And this is this underlying bias or this underlying subliminal habit energy that's leading you to act out in the negative way now, without being able to cut that connection and realize, well, wait a minute, you know, why am I acting this way? But instead of having to ask why, you just stop acting that way. It's like when you feel suffering, when you feel sad, when you feel depressed. Do you really want to go into the why of it, or do you just want to stop being depressed? Stop being anxious. stop being confused. Listen, everybody. It's 2025. The last thing you want to be doing, the very last thing you want to be doing is reading. Reading is 90s. All right? This is 2025. So instead of trying to find the right thing to read, what I recommend, oi, 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 oi. That was painful. Instead of trying to find the right thing to read, I recommend you find the right thing to listen to watch and to listen to. 100%. You have an opportunity nowadays to turn on YouTube and watch in HD like certified meditation masters from around the world. And the problem is that when you're just going around reading, your ego is very much in control, right? Oh, what do I think about this? What do I think about that? And we are very much interpreting things intellectually. When you sit down or lay down and you go listen to a guided meditation or a talk from Ajahn Brahm, from Thich Nhat Hanh, from Jim Newman, if that floats your boat, from Sadhguru, etc., if that's what your thing is, that's a totally different thing. So just showing up and listening, because my belief is that it's very mind to mind. It's not about the intellectual structures that we're building up. That doesn't seem to work. It's a heart-to-heart, mind-to-mind experience. And so this is a matter of you opening up your mind enough to have a mind-to-mind experience, a mind-to-mind connection. Because these are just sounds, and whatever I think about what I say is just thoughts, right? So if we're going along on a trolley car of thinking, we're never going to get to the destination of non-arriving. There's nobody to begin with. There is nobody already. You're not enlightened, you're not a guru, you're not depressed, you're not happy. You're not. No you. Just take out the you. Just add one N to you and you've got the no inside of Y-O-U. So don't need to ask why, you don't need to point fingers. The no is inside of you. Just add one letter, N, no. Why? You, no. Okay? Because the mind and the kind of training we're talking about in terms of getting enlightened is very, 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 very subtle. It's very, very subtle. It's very refined. It's very intricate. So it's not like you're going to be able to believe in a system or believe in a certain way of doing things and then just go and do that. That's kind of a false flag event. Okay. let's move over here. I've got something really exciting to share with everybody. Please leave a like if you haven't already. Please put some W's in the chat. I am unemployed, so all of your support means a lot. Excuse me, sir. Barista, Sue, can I get one more cappuccino? Yeah. Okay. There is a lot of beauty in the world. And you know what? There is just as much of, as there is as much of beauty, is a ugliness, is a horribleness, is as much of pleasure as you can feel when you get your fentanyl, when you get your opium pipe. There's just as much pleasure as there is pain. So as much as we attach to the way that things feel right now, as much as we attach to someone that we like, or the beauty that we see, or the pleasure that we feel in the body, we are going to have just as much suffering when the pain comes along. And the pleasure already has a kind of suffering in it, because that pleasure cannot be sustained. That pleasure is temporary. If you don't want pain, don't overindulge in pleasure. And when you are indulging in pleasure, don't get attached. No pain, no gain. So the pain is also, there's a little bit of a formula here about when we are experiencing a lot of pleasure, we're actually burning through merit. We're burning through blessings that we've accumulated. That's why we can feel that pleasure. And when we're feeling pain, we're actually burning through demerit, right? Which is the negative aspect of cultivating attachment and grasping. Hey, if I tell you, and some people know this about me, but if they reach out to me and they say, look, Rob, we need another Dalai Lama, we need the next Dalai Lama, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll accept it. But that's not how it works. They find a baby, a child, and they have special. Listen, I don't know. I've seen things, I've experienced things in the spiritual world, in spiritual dimensions, that if someone sat me down and told me, look, we're going to let you in on this, the whole Tibetan reincarnation thing with the high lamas, with the high monks is real, and that if you get yourself worked up enough spiritually, then you can literally, when you die, you can choose to come back in the body of a baby somewhere. I'll say I believe it. I'll say I 100% believe that, because the mind is a clear blue sky, yes, but how deep is the sky of the mind? Deeper than the ocean. Broader than the sky. Come on so much. Thank you very much. The monks at the temple have mainly spoke because a lot of communication is psychic. A lot of communication is the subtlety of this mind reaching the subtlety of that mind. Most communication is like that. It's not about what you talk about or what you think about. It's not about the story that you tell, or you go into the temple, or you go to meet the meditation master, and you're talking about things and they tell you some things, and that's somehow where the relationship is. The relationship is in the great beyond of everything, of limitless time. This is one of the big problems that we're... Oh, thank you very much, Lisa. That's very helpful. This is the big problem that we're stuck in, where we look at the coffee shop that we're in and we say, oh, this is a coffee shop, and this is in Vietnam, and this is on the side of the road, and my name's Rob, and I was born in 1993, and so and so and so and so, right? But this coffee shop is inseparable from the depth of the totality of evolution up to this point. This coffee shop is inseparable from the spontaneity of your death at any moment, right? This is an anime, this is a movie, this is a story where anyone can die at any moment, where you are born to die. Isn't that a song, Born to Die? This isn't about thinking about it, it's about pointing it out. So that all of the thoughts that we have about ourselves, about the environment, about our relationships, are null and void, are irrelevant. That none of this can be encapsulated in thinking. None of this can be encapsulated in thinking. Thank you for allowing me to be who I am. Thank you, Lisa, for your super chat donation. We do have a link in the YouTube description where you can donate directly, and so to avoid the hefty toll that the troll of YouTube takes on any donations or offerings. How do we describe that problem? How do we deal with it? Because this is one of the biggest problems that we face in the modern day, in the modern time. And that is confidence about our ignorance. And the only way that this is able and allowed to happen so continuously and so deeply is because there's not really a self there. We think, or we imagine, that we have this background identity that's this real true judge, this real true determiner. We grab the jar of mayonnaise and we smell it and we say, oh, that's okay, there's no botulism in there. But there's not actually this character, this ego, this persona that can actually determine things. It's too big. Reality is too big for us to understand it or to determine its variables. And so that's why we have so many people who are confident, and ourselves also. We can be so confident, if we put ourselves in that position, about things that we have basically no experience with and know nothing about. It especially relates when we try to empathize or listen to or connect with other people, because our heads are so fully lodged into our own rear ends that we think the smell of our own shit is the life and presence and experience of someone else. You've got to take your head out of your rear end before you can learn and grow and develop as a mature human being. You've got to do it. You've just got to take it out. And it is kind of like that, where we're going through phases. And at the end of the day, when you recognize that a phase that you're going through isn't working, you have to grab onto the plug and you have to take it out. You have to unplug. You have to detach. You have to walk away. You have to abandon. You have to let it go and refresh and restart and begin anew. And stop being bound up by your thoughts about the past. Enlightenment is not about feeling pleasure all the time. And until we start to taste enlightenment, to taste the fruit of freedom, the fruit of no self, the fruit of not somewhere, the fruit of not something, until we start to taste that, we have this weird, fake, false, misconstrued and confused idea that becoming enlightened is about everything going the way that we want it to go, about everything feeling pleasurable. Actually, the path of enlightenment is more so about learning to not complain with whatever it is. We think that our desires are so important. I desire this, I desire this. But what you find out, slowly but surely, is that it's just desire. There's no I in the background that's making decisions or in control or taking place. It's just desire. And if you can calm that desire, you can be free from suffering. You're making yourself suffer because you don't know how to disidentify with the I that thinks that it is desire or thinks that it is fear. Actually, it doesn't think anything, it's just thoughts. I is just a thought, just like any other thought. It's just a particularly fake thought. And to say particularly, as far as I'm concerned, is just to give a push to the baby next to the pool. But it's not more particularly than anything else is. You know, how do you learn to swim? You get pushed into the pool. You know, I remember drowning when I was very young. And I just kind of fell in. But that's how we get woke, we get enlightened. That's how we developed, by drowning. By being in the midst of everything, not being in our hyper-isolated media corner. Especially at the beginning, because it's unnecessary. Like for children growing up, for babies, it's totally unnecessary for them to have a screen put in front of them, because they're completely open and ready and willing to explore anywhere and everywhere, all the time. Taking them for a walk in the neighborhood is taking them for a walk in an entirely new universe. And you can parlay, you can resonate with that energy of presence that they have. You can follow them instead of lead them. Listen. Build up your relationship with generosity. Build up your relationship with right view. Build up your relationship with self-sacrifice. Build up your relationship with right view. Women are much more primed to be generous And women are much more primed to develop right view or to develop wisdom and compassion. That tends to be how it is all over the spiritual world. Any great 1000% spiritual master, of which there are many, especially when we can stop over aggrandizing our own capacity to put, food in our mouth and use the toilet and be in a house, be in a cave or something like that. And we stop over aggrandizing that. And we actually can see that there are so many masters and teachers for us to let go of our own egos and to just listen. If you think you have a self, then you have a self. But that's your problem, not my problem. And it's not nature's problem. It's just the problem itself of grasping an attachment. And the teacher's role is not to convince you of something, but to facilitate your release of grasping an attachment. And you are the only one who can do that. So the teacher is just like someone who's waving out front of the coffee shop. And this is the coffee shop that you have to come in and make your own coffee and drink it. But it's not your coffee. You don't own it. So stepping out of ownership allows us to disenfranchise the legitimacy of the separate self-entity that calls itself the ego or the Rob or the coconut head or whatever. That's why there is such a profoundness and such an encouragement about going for a meditation retreat or staying at a meditation center or temporarily becoming a monk at a monastery or seeing someone as a teacher, seeing someone as a guru, right? I'm very open. I see a lot of people as gurus. I might have positions about them, or that works for me at this time, or it doesn't. But when you have basically no real experience in training, it's not difficult to find someone who's more experienced than you. And if you can accept that that person is teaching and sharing from this perspective of no self, then you can let go of yourself in that listening. You don't have to fight bad thoughts. You just have to stop identifying with those bad thoughts as being yours. And that stop identifying with bad thoughts as being yours isn't necessarily you think your way through it. Get your big fat butt off the couch, out of your room, and go for a walk in nature. And go and stand by a horse for a while. Go for a jog. Quit your job. Abandon your life. Go to Nepal thinking that you're going to get enlightened there, that you're going to meet some kind of guru. Go to India and think that you're going to, go to the streets of Varanasi and become a monk. Whatever you've got to do to make an intersection in this road of non-stop suffering, do that. That is about generosity rather than personal desire. It sounds good, Scout 2. Bring them along. For men, it's just like martial arts. So you've got to come here and find a way to get your ego hurt. And when we're not able to get our ego hurt, we're not able to listen and learn from the person who's more experienced about this stuff than we are. That's not about me and you or spirituality or a guru or whatever. It can be specifically about that right now, but it's just the law of life. For carpentry, for any degree of any kind, for mixed martial arts, for swimming, for motorcycle repair, for anything, for everything. What's your pedigree? Well, I read some stuff and I've been thinking about this stuff for a while and, I get it. But this is not just philosophy, this is applied philosophy. So it's kind of like, it's not just strength, because philosophy itself, you might just have a strong thought or a strong way of viewing things that seems to be very applicable and practical. But this applied, which is like strength training or endurance training, but this applied philosophy is like mixed martial arts. You are fighting reality, or you're fighting ignorance and attachment moment by moment with mindfulness and detachment, with the martial art of mindfulness and detachment. That's what I should do. I should open up a martial arts school of mindfulness and detachment. M&D martial arts. M&D martial arts school. It's not about nirvana. It's not about a 90s punk band. It's not our idea of everything being great. It's not about our idea of everything being horrible. Nirvana or enlightenment is not a thing. Samsara is also not a thing. These are both empty. Empty of thingness, empty of separation, empty of permanence. They're just terms, they're just ideas, they're just thoughts. So this is more like willing to be aware without grasping. That's really good, Michael. That's really good. You know, I have to say, there's been a lot of conflict and fear within myself, um, thinking about, you know, how am I going to be how am I going to be supportable if I'm not a monk? If I don't carry that identity, if I don't have those robes, you know, I'm not going to be able to stay at the temple. People are not going to see me as a teacher. Um, I'm going to be uncertain about who I am and my direction, my path. But there is an arriving to a place where we have never departed from, where there is no we necessary. And this no we necessary, or no you necessary, or no I necessary, is kind of an inclusive access to release. That's all inclusive. That's not about things being good or being bad. It's not about things being right or being wrong. It's not about things being big or being small. All of that is irrelevant. So if we can apply this irrelevance or this openness or this not grasping to these appearances, sights, sounds, smells, touch, feelings, thoughts, desires, fears, identities that we take on, then we can be much more connected to our gut, to our heart. in Italy, in Thailand, in Myanmar, in Sri Lanka, in Laos, in England, in Malaysia, in Singapore, in South Korea, in Japan, in many places. Try again. Because sometimes it is very painful. And physical pain is one thing, but mental pain is a whole other thing. And learning to stop overemphasizing how we feel right now, if we feel pleasurable or if we feel painful or if we feel neutral, and to just kind of notice the quality of the mind that's feeling, the awareness that's feeling. Then we are aware of those sensations without attachment to them. And this is about being aware without being attached. This is about being aware without creating a story about what we are aware of. You know, and how far can we take that? Pretty far. Incredible. You know, there's actually a person who they self-immolated to protest the genocide in Palestine, and they actually survived. And then they posted. They post on TikTok post self-immolation. Until we can see through our own thoughts and practice generosity, we're basically just going to be stuck in our stupidity. This is not about what you think. This is not about your opinion. This is not about your belief. This is not about your understanding. This is about the ending of suffering. This is about being free from the story of reality. This is about Nibbana. Whether you like it or not. If you want to be here, shut up and listen, or shut up and give, or shut up and participate, or shut up and volunteer. You're welcome. Yeah, you're very welcome. Everyone's welcome. You're just going to have to get what's given to you as well. To learn how to stop thinking about things. Everybody wants to have an opinion, but nobody wants to help. Nobody wants to serve. Nobody wants to practice. So I try to create my spider's web to trap those little gnats, to trap those little bad boys, so that they get a taste of the venom, even if they don't know it. You understand that? You are exactly where I want you, Trippy Cat. You're exactly where I want you, Sang. You're exactly where I want you, Connor and Oppenheimer, etc. You know, so this is literally not what we think about it. This is literally not what we think about it. Can you imagine that? Can you believe that? That this is literally not what we think about it. It's unbelievable. Truly, truly remarkable. I don't know what that's about. Okay, so let's prepare ourselves for some scripture, for some deep listening. This is from a book we've been reading through recently in the live streams. It's kind of a collection of teachings from the Tibetan Buddhist non-dual tradition. It's kind of like the Tibetan Zen tradition, and they call it Mahamudra or Dzogchen, and it's kind of a collection text with a lot of different teachers sharing. This one is called 3 Words. Seems simple and direct, so we can see if we can make use of it in our personal practice. The very important approach that we make use of here is to listen without thinking, and be completely open to receiving. Whether it's good or bad, right or wrong, just deep listening, completely open to receiving. There's so much to enjoy that there's not really anything to say or to add to it. I can feel right now my whole body, my whole being feels pleasurable. I've never felt this way before. Remember, I is always in parentheses. Life is more fun with an I that's always in parentheses. Just being aware, just being. So it's like a practice, you know. It's right now. There's nothing I'd rather do than feel this, than be with this as it is. So it's just a nature. Not like I have to practice to feel this way or to keep myself with it. It's just allowing the hyper masculine monkey ego to get out of its own way, to be open enough to be in the fullness and the wideness, the wholeness of this moment that is not a moment. There's no thing in this. There's no moment in this. There's no place in this. There's no time in this. There's no person in this for sure. Recently, I've actually, when looking at myself in the mirror or in the live stream, it's just been like seeing someone that is someone else and not me. Not because I'm disassociating, but because there's a clarity about the lack of me-ness, the lack of I-ness, the lack of self in this experience. And so my love, my passion, my work of sharing this they must have put something in that cappuccino. They took one of Morpheus's pills. Which one was it? The red one or the blue one? And they put it in that cappuccino. So I am not trying to get anything. I'm not trying to be anywhere. I'm not trying to plan my life or make sure that I will be successful. I'm actually not trying to continue living. There's no I and there's no trying in this. It's the fullness of being as it is. That has nothing to do with any terms or thoughts or labels put onto it. I'm just speaking because maybe some people can't resonate with the direct experience. So every moment can be a mini meditation retreat. It's just that we get so distracted by worldly life, our relationships and our stories, and we all have a context in our life that keeps us aligned, right? Keeps us to wake up at a certain time and to go over there at a certain time and to act this way at this certain place at this certain time, etc. But this is truly contextless. There's no context to this. But for those who can't appreciate that as much as they might want to, just because it's another thing to have, another thing to get, another position of superiority to be in, they have to understand that this is the context of a meditation retreat. This is the context of a spiritual teacher. And what you get out of it is how much you give to it. You don't have to be here. I don't have to be here. Nobody has to be here, and really nobody is here. But as much as you are an egomaniac, which is much worse than it actually sounds, you can choose to be here if you want to. But you should be here with the right intention, the right mindset, the authenticity, the heart of generosity. I often wonder, because sometimes we have so many people joining these live streams, and I wonder, why don't more people reach out by making a donation or by writing me an angry letter or writing me a kind letter? Why don't more people reach out to have a call, to talk about meditation, to talk about this enlightenment, to figure out what this is all about? And I hope that this is helping people, that this is reaching people in a way that they need to be reached, or that other spiritual resources that they're coming in contact with are not reaching them. But there's also there's also a kind of wisdom in the openness of hopelessness, the openness of losing everything that you have, so that your ego can be raw and exposed and vulnerable to development and transformation according to the nature, rather than all these machines of greed and machines of anger and machines of complicated thinking that we've built up around ourselves and that our ancestors have built up around us. It's like I'm experiencing nothing. It's like I am not actually anybody. It's like the story of thinking that relates to like my underlying need or want for protection from the elements and roasted food on the fire is clouds passing through an open sky. It's really like nobody is sitting here. It's really like the entirety of my life and all stories about all things are illusions. And there's this, underlying threat. The ego has this underlying threat of what if? What if nothing is happening? What if nothing ever happens? What if the past and future are just figments of imagination? Pigments in white paint, discoloring the truth of colorlessness in the effervescentness of emptiness. So we is irrelevant. I is irrelevant. You is irrelevant. As much as we can be free from thoughts, from terms that only relate to the ways of thinking about things, we can be much more practical in terms of what we do and in terms of what we don't do. And the greatest practicality is the impracticality of freedom. You can be confused by confusion, or you can become enlightened through confusion. The choice is up to you. I know what I'm going to do. Is a joke. Inherently, oh, hello, sir. I just pay you at 55,000. I do. I have. Okay. Thank you very much. Are you ready for the adventure of a lifetime? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Start again from the beginning. Everybody count down together with me. Count down together with me, everybody. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, everybody, count down together with me. Don't be shy. 0.0. Are we still alive? Are we still connected here, good friends? Oh, good. And so I notice in my own self, I'll tell you about it. I notice in my own self concerned with, my quote unquote teachings, actually it could be very confusing. Maybe it seems that way, maybe it is that way, whatever. But I'll tell you, you go to a meditation retreat, you go to stay at a monastery, you're going to be confused. So, confusion, you don't need to figure it out. You need to endure. You need to be beyond yourself, beyond your conceptualizing, beyond your understanding, beyond your opinions. It's not, to say that it's not all about yourself is not true. It has nothing to do with you. It's not about yourself at all. That is the wrong view expressing itself. So the right view, I was speaking a little bit about the enlightenment or the right view in this live stream. And so the right view, when you actually have right view, it's an impossibility of self. Your view is no longer inclusive of the possibility of a self, of a separate self-entity. So the truth, for example, you do not have right view. You here is in parentheses already. And so it's not about it being the absolute or the relative. It's the interdependence, the interbeing of the relative and the absolute. So, no separation. No discrimination. Non-differentiation. Continuously. Without any limit. Chúc mừng năm mới. So, don't be afraid. Don't be worried. It's not something to get. And once again, we don't allow the falling into aggression. We don't allow the falling into nastiness. Because it's unnecessary, because it's unhelpful. If only I would have been there on the front lines when that fateful ship reached Plymouth Rock. And I would have said to those white colonizing scum, it's not all about you. In fact, there's no self at all. There's no justification for violence. There's no justification for anger. There's no justification for frustration. Then we can start to uproot the habit energies and the patterns that continue to feed and support our indulgence in anger and fear and the confusion of desire. So stop being confused. Stop relying on a story to be with what's happening right here and right now. How's our connection? Are we going in and out? Oh yeah, because the walking around in the village, complaining is not helping. Let's get that out of the way. Complaining is not helping. I have arrived in the moment. I have arrived in the moment. I have arrived in the moment. Only going right is just as absurd as only going left. But to get to this destination, you've got to know how to go right before you can be open to going left, right. Simple as that. You have to be open to not understanding before you can be open to understanding. Because you've become blocked up, you've become constipated. So you have to take the medicine of no self to clear out your bowels. No self is just anti-constipation medicine. Right off the cuff, unfiltered. No delineation. I don't believe in belief. We should stop believing in belief and start practicing mindfulness and detachment together with all phenomena, together with all things. All of the viewers, all of the people, they really give me the power to walk and walk and walk. To walk out of the suffering, to walk out of the thinking mind. I don't even know what that means, Michelob. Lay off the drugs, kid. No more drugs. No more alcohols. Good. Talk to me when you've got 3 years. Then we'll talk. How's the connection now? Is it okay? Connection strong here? Way better. All right, good. So we can establish ourselves. No more talking, Michelle. Only listening. The profoundness of being. The profoundness of being. It is what it is, isn't it? If only I could make a career out of this spiritual entertainment. But that's just not how this works. I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm here to disallow convincing. We must begin the destabilization of the mind of ignorance and attachment to reify the validity of mindfulness and detachment. There are no two ways about it, my friends. Siddhartha Gautama was not just a lunatic by your standards, but he was also a home leaver, an abandoner of responsibilities. Siddhartha Gautama abandoned his family. Siddhartha Gautama abandoned his many wives. Siddhartha Gautama abandoned his many children. This way and this path is not for your proclivities. It is not limited to your understanding. It's limited to your generosity. What is necessary is not our desire to succeed, but our willingness to, anybody know? Fill in the blanks. And my friends, you have to work on your concentration. I try to help you out as much as I can, but if you're not working on your concentration, to fail, your willingness to fail is how far you can go on this path. To be a loser, to be a failure, to be okay with being disappointing. The sky of everything is unbounded by the storms of success and failure. As long as I may live, I vow to help others develop the wisdom of failure. And I do apologize that I wasn't born into some kind of Buddhist culture, but this is my American Dhamma. Siddhartha did not return to his family. The Buddha returned to Siddhartha's family. So this is my dharma of failure. It says it right here. New thinking, new possibilities. Same old thinking, same old possibilities. In the scripture we read, I think we read it yesterday. One of the great masters said something along the lines of, they said, to determine your degree of detachment, see how long your plans into the future are. Scariness comes from our attachment and our desire. Not desiring, not attaching, not seeking. What's there to be afraid about? You have to chill beyond chilling. You have to detach beyond detaching. Not about good or bad. This dog is not good or bad. That's a revolutionary perspective. This dog is not good or bad. But it's easy to say it's good, isn't it? Very easy to say this is a good dog. But this dog is actually not good or bad. Ooh, it's difficult. It's difficult to say it's not a good dog. This is a very difficult dog. Because it seems very good. But it's not good or bad. This dog is truly not good or bad. You have to detach to see that there's nothing to detach from. You have to clean your room to see that your room is neither dirty nor clean. Otherwise, you're just putting labels onto things to be more complacent. You know, so we can say that this path is not about walking. But if you're so unhealthy, if you're so bound up in your anxiety, your depression, your, greed expressed as being 500 pounds or whatever, it's very convenient to say that, oh, this isn't about being able to walk. So we don't want to be tripped up by convenience, right? We want to actually know how to use the power of convenience and inconvenience. Totally. There you go. That's a good mindset to have. But not the have to. Not the have to. Just the openness. About using everything, about using anything. This is full 100% responsibility. Being truly responsible for everything in the way that is beyond everything. How about this one? Let's see. Dr. Za, the donation link for all of those kind-hearted benefactors is in the description of this video. Ooh, very nice. The dog is long gone. The dog has disappeared. Really, we don't need anything. How about this? What's it? 500, huh? But this I like, the purple color. How much? Ah, ah. $150. $150. No, 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 no. So generosity is something that's actually quite difficult to digest. Real generosity, just in the same way that wisdom or detachment or no self is something very difficult to digest. Basically, we have certain things that are valuable, okay? We have certain things that are valuable to ourselves. Now, something that is not particularly valuable to most people is their general attention. So general attention is just about like entertainment, watching things and being entertained, or watching things and saying, oh, I like that, or oh, I don't like that. Sometimes we watch things that we really don't like because it's somehow entertaining. So when we practice real generosity, it's not about money. It's not about the apparent value in the world or the imagined value. It is a giving up. It is a giving away of that which we hold on to, that which we grasp a hold of. And generosity can make people feel very aggressive or uncomfortable. And the reason of this is not because they're like well-minded and they're trying to protect themselves or protect other people. They are unwilling to let go of what they are grasping a hold of. And the notion of having to let go of what you don't want to let go of, it makes people act in very aggressive and strange ways. So the practice of generosity here is a complete openness, a complete tenderness, a complete sincerity, really a giving, an offering, a sharing of that which is valuable to you. What am I going to do here, my dear? This woman invited me to sit here for a moment. How's the connection here? Oh, chukmung namoy. Chukmung namoy.
Hello, hello.
Azida fut. Mofat. Namo bonsu tikamuni fat.
Namo Thích Ca Mâu Ni Phật.
Namo bonsu tikamuni phật. Can I have the corn? The corn? The corn. No, 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 no. This one. That's right. That's right. Yes. Okay. Delicious. Generosity is not about money, dear friends.
Không tới nha.
Very good. Now let's say that we have just a random dirty beggar, somebody like me, sitting on the side of the road. And we have two people in front of that dirty beggar. One, oh, come on, come on. One is a millionaire, a very, very wealthy millionaire. And the other person is another poor person that sells cow dung. And for that poor person, that cow dung is very precious to them, maybe for religious or economic reasons or what have you. And for the wealthy person, money is basically worthless because they're just so wealthy. So the wealthy person gives $500 to this dirty, stinky beggar on the side of the road, and it's meaningless to them. And this other poor person who sells cow dung gives 5 patties of cow dung to this dirty beggar. Who do you think is making more blessings or making more merits or actually practicing generosity and getting the benefits from practicing generosity? The person who gave $500 or the person who gave the cow dung? Which one is actually practicing generosity? 100%. So never make generosity about money. Never make generosity about some kind of practical result. That's why when you look at like the wealthy streamers, you know, very famous wealthy streamers that are millionaires in their own right, and all these people who are giving donations to those wealthy streamers, that quality of giving is missing out on the renunciation. Missing out on the application of self-sacrifice. What's there to afford? I don't have a phone plan. I don't have a home. I don't have a car. I don't have a plan. I don't have a destination. What's there to afford? I don't have a retirement plan. I don't have a 401k. I don't have health insurance. No problem. A very friendly man. It's been a long time since I've slept on the street. What we find out as we release our desire is that we don't need as much as we think that we need. And so I live through the support of my spiritual family. I live at my spiritual home. I live with the plan of no plan. Woke and broke, you want to take the leap. We have to start taking the leap in more accessible ways. We have to make the leap in ways that are accessible to us right now. We have to begin to be mindful of our whole body and mind right now. And then be willing to detach or to not attach to what appears within our own body and mind right now. What this means, it's not easy to get to Tibet, but I am looking at maybe going up there. Listen, what this means, Monsieur Woke and Broke, is it means that for you at this period, going the full way or taking the leap is just another idea of getting what you want. So the real taking the leap is about you disenfranchising yourself, disenfranchising your body and mind right now from you getting what you want. 100%, top to bottom. Now you're in a position to listen. Now you're in a position to actually walk on the path. You have to address the innate desire that you have for over there and over here to be a particular way. You have to address that. And you have to stop seeking for over here and over there, whatever kind of label you put on it. It's all mental, it's all confusion. So we have to be more and more mindful, more and more aware of this experience as it is, without attempting to attach onto any particular aspect of this experience. Top to bottom, 100%. We're really just looking for someone to give us money. We're just looking for what we want. And we're trying to get away from what we don't want. And so the practice is to cut that, to finish that, to resolve that now, not in a monastery in Thailand or over in our dream somewhere. Mấy làm ai?
Rồi, ok.
Mấy làm ai?
Rồi, 15 ngày.
Ui. Okay?
Ui.
Oi. This man taking me somewhere. Oh, come on, Sue. This is the problem, Woke and Broke. You won't shut that mouth. You're not listening because you're not stopping talking. It's all ego. Ego. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddham saranam gacchami. Dhammam saranam gacchami. Sangham saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi Buddham saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi Dhammam saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi Sangham saranam gacchami. Tadiyampi Buddham saranam gacchami. Tadiyampi Dhammam saranam gacchami. Tadiyampi Sangham saranam gacchami. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Everybody wants to be the toilet. Nobody wants to deal with all the shit. So we have to start being the toilet right now. We have to start embracing the shit right now. We have to stop, we have to give up, we have to abandon this false sense of authority about understanding and let go into the great beyond of not understanding and listening. So my friend, Woken Broke, you have to be a little bit more patient. So this live stream and this situation, this community, oish, 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 scary dog, is not about my ego. This is not about the story of myself. I'm not a Logan Paul of some kind of vague spiritual idea. So you have to put down, you have to abandon, you have to forgive your understanding that you've held on to up until now. Because it's kind of like we're arriving somewhere, we're arriving in some kind of situation, right? And we're looking to understand everything. It's kind of like if you arrive at a, I don't know, let's say you arrive at a new country. Yes.
Yeah, one.
Oh, may you have a menu?
Yeah.
You have a Wi-Fi?
129.
129.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a good deal. What do you have on a menu here?
Yeah. How many people?
Just me, just myself.
Yeah.
Well, we have my friends here also.
Yeah.
Many people here. Hello, everyone. Okay, I will see what is here, okay? Maybe, oh my God. Okay, let me get the avocado smoothie.
Yeah.
Can you put blueberry plus avocado? Blueberry plus avocado mixed together?
No, miss.
Why no? Why not?
No, miss the smoothie no more.
Okay, avocado.
Avocado.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No sugar.
Oh.
Yeah. So listen up, because this is something that I've had in my heart for a while. How's the connection right now, everybody? That's always in my heart. How are you? Okay, very good, very good. How is it? Is it better now? Okay. I've been looking, you know, because this coffee shop is just like the office for my very important work. So this is actually a great coffee shop that I can come to and share with everyone. Oh, it's much worse? The connection's bad right now? Oh, it's the tea.
please.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Everything in due time. We really let it settle, you know. It's the kind of confused mind of figuring things out, of, you know, we kind of have all confused ourselves into thinking we're some kind of investigative anthropologist in each and every moment, that we're somehow going to figure out what's going on or what the situation is, or that somehow we have a position of importance or a position of authority about getting everything in order internally and externally. And it's totally confused and inappropriate. It's baseless. And the reason that a lot of monasteries are exclusive, and the reason that a lot of meditation communities charge in some way, whether monetarily or some other system of charging, is because people are just not ready for this. And I don't necessarily fully agree with that. I think that it should be more open, more inclusive, more accessible, kind of like this environment, right, that I create here. But you're not in a position to figure things out. You're not in a position to make determinations about what this is. You are positionless. And that is the right or the true position in which to shut up and listen, or get out. I think in America, there's some holdover because we really, as Americans, we used to love slaves. We really, really used to love having slaves, and we would call that slave up, and of course they'd be doing our bidding, or always supposed to be doing our bidding, and they would come up, and if we found out that they weren't doing what we thought they were supposed to be doing, we would whip them and punish them. But anyways, then we would ask them, what's going on? And if they didn't give us an answer that was good according to our understanding, we would then whip them again. So I'm not your slave. Monasteries aren't there for you to use them. You don't have a right to anything. You don't have a right to understand me or this situation or this experience at all. You have no right. You have no right to be here. You have no right to continue being alive. You have no right to understand me or to understand what I understand. You have no right. Let's get some W's in chat for having no rights. Let's get some W's in chat for having no rights. Let's get some W's in the chat for the water and light. The light of the water. All right, Edwall, Michael, Samuel, Dr. Za, AZ, Mikolo, Jack. Sometimes compassion is wrathful. All right, Brian, Dino, Cosmic, Mikola. Keep those W's coming, Shelly. Juna, Haykar, everybody. Keep it going. I'm here to trap you with generosity. "100% generosity is not about other people. It's not about anybody else. It's just you. Can you all hear the music clearly? If I turn off the noise suppression, can you hear the mystery? Can you hear it now? The mystery of this moment right here, once after all. Okay, come on. Come on. Oh, avocado, blended avocado. Oh my God. It tastes like an avocado ice cream.
Yep. It tastes good.
It tastes good. Mm. Really? We try. Here. Come. Oh, I'm so happy. Just a little bit, sir. Come.
Here the strongest man is this storm.
You tell him if he win, I will give him 100,000.
Ủa, thắng mới mà được một xì kia đúng không?
Thắng là được xì.
Một xì.
Thắng là được xì.
Ok.
500. Okay, here we go. Come. 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 Okay. Can you count down 3, 2, 1?
Dạ.
No.
Ok. 3,
3, 2, and 1.
Ok, tụi mấy bạn có cái đó xì đó.
Come on,
Yeah.
come on, Sue. Come on, Sue.
Nhớ.
How
Chơi
wonderful.
phải bảo một tay thắng hậu cho 500.
Bà con nội rồi em.
Dạ.
Yes.
You can hear?
Yes.
Dạ.
Hi. Come.
Tao mới vui nè.
Dạ.
Okay.
Đâu?
Từ từ, giữ tay rồi đếm suy chung quanh sắp.
Ok.
Đây là suy đó.
1, 2, 3.
Go! Oh my god!
Còn ăn nữa.
Cố lên trời ơi, cố lên.
Chấp được luôn.
Come on.
Chấp được luôn.
Come on. Oh, that's my joy. That's really wonderful.
Nó bảo thua không hả?
Ủa, ông nói ra vậy? Ông nói như sao? Ừ.
Kêu là
Lúc đầu ông kêu là có 100 thôi. Kêu quanh
cái gen người là biết rồi.
I've arm wrestled many children.
Mày thua hả?
But that's a young man. And I don't like that energy guns blazing. Let's put you on 10-minute timeout. Think about what you've said.
Thank you so much.
So it's kind of like our ego always gets involved in a certain way where we get to miss out on the possibility for intimacy. Like there's a mysteriousness. There's a wonderfulness about this experience, this situation, this happening. And because our minds are so much, it's like we have pipes of poop attached to our brains. And the moment that we experience something that is outside of our purview, outside of our usual way of what we experience or what we understand, it's like something in us, this little ego, turns on a pipe of crap and it just floods our brain with attachment, with grasping, with trying to put an experience that cannot be put into a box. So don't do that. Don't miss out on how mysterious the seeing is. Don't miss out on how mysterious the hearing is. Don't mistake direct experience. Don't mistake what you see and what you hear and what you're embodying right now with thoughts or stories. This is beyond all that. This is not about what you think about it. And yet, you're experiencing it right now. continuously. It's not a thing. It's not a vibe, it's not good or bad. It's not thoughts or not thoughts. It's mysterious. It's mysteriously right in your face. But you can't see it because you can't stop thinking and labeling and making up stories. All of your stories are fake. All of your stories are false. Your entire life is a lie. So what? Allow your whole body, allow your whole mind, allow your whole life to dissolve. There is no day or night. There is no tomorrow or yesterday. There is only this present moment experience. And this present moment experience is a lie, is an untruth, is empty of itself. So you can't call it anything. What are you going to do? Come and beat me up? Do it. Give and receive the blessing of forgiveness. That's beyond getting beat up. That's beyond time. That's beyond present or past or future. Give everything. Use the word everything. Blast out the contrivances of a self-fixated narrative about this experience that is already empty of itself. You can't hold on to any element of this, any particle of this. Stop trying to hold on and just win. Stop trying to get out of the cage of your own ego and just get out. Give out. Give out. Like the waves on the water give out the reflection of light. Limitlessly. This is the tropical illusion of your own mind. There you go. Give up. Give out. And that's what they, this is a problem for a lot of, I mean, some people are not interested in getting enlightened. They just want to feel better. And I can relate to that. But if we look at the story of the Buddha was literally like a super ultra instinct, beyond Super Saiyan, beyond Omega level, like the highest level of skill humanly possible for meditation, or Siddhartha Gautama was. He was able to go into these profound meditation states for hours and days and weeks and months and who knows what, living on nothing, not even eating, not even drinking, just blissful and powerful and spacious mind. He was able to do all of this at a flip of a switch. But the Buddha wasn't enlightened, or Siddhartha Gautama didn't become the Buddha until he gave up all the nonsense. Until he gave up even holding on to the special experiences. Because he saw that those special experiences, as special as they were, didn't end suffering. When those special experiences were gone, this suffering returned. This unsatisfactoriness returned. So you have to drop all clinging to see the moon for yourself. To see the moon of not somethingness. To see the moon of no story. To feel the life of no birth and no death. You know, we're always kind of, I think a lot relates to childism, but in a broken culture, a broken society in so many ways. But when we have this mindset of punishment, and I see this a lot on the live stream, a lot of people speak up and they kind of say, this is wrong, I'm going to punish this guy, or I'm going to show him who's boss. The only person who you can really punish and be punished by is yourself. Whatever you do has a corresponding effect. If you do bad, you'll get back bad. If you do good, you'll get back good. There's no reason to take on the responsibility of punishing others or blaming others or criticizing others or whatever. You can do it, but it's unnecessary. It's wasted energy. You'll get what's coming to you. One way or another. But it's not that anybody needs to make sure of that. It's a cause and effect that's beyond anybody. It's a cause and effect that's beyond self. Oh my gosh. It makes sure of itself. Beautiful. That's nice. Might have to keep an eye on Adam. He might start his own YouTube channel pretty soon. I'm going to be out of a job. Okay. Back into the fold. There you go, Edwin. Give it all up. Give it all away. I'm not a monk. I'm not nobody. I'm just a dirty beggar. Ooh. So if you're ready to be a dirty beggar, I can help you out with that, but you're not going to like it. All right, we got to get our Wi-Fi situation again. Uh-oh. Just be open to the way that you feel without making a story up about it. There's so much that we don't understand in this life and in this world, period. And we're never going to understand everything. So see if your ego is taking this position of understanding everything. And if it is, you're in the wrong place. You're in the danger zone. Okay, we've got to switch the Wi-Fi. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? Listen, we've got to stop trying to prove ourselves to others. We have to stop trying to prove. Let go and let be. It all comes back to you. There's nothing to fight about. There's nothing to be excited about. There's nothing to be confused about. Yes, envy, jealousy, greed, hatred, desire, fear. That's a no-go. That's a let go. You're already making progress. It's fantastic. You know, it's really good. Listening is enough. We're in Vietnam. We've all got more than enough problems. The last thing we need to do is add more. Don't think. Don't think. You're looking in the wrong place. What you're really saying is that I have a desire. And that's your problem. No desire, no problem. Oi, 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 oi. Enough is enough. No more. I've had enough. I've reached the end of my rope. I've stopped trying to figure this out. And I've stopped making judgments about what is being experienced. So free from I. I is unnecessary. What you need to learn to do, if you learn to do anything, is to unlearn eyeing, to unlearn selfing, to unlearn making judgments about yourself and making judgments about other people. If you want to get closer to living at a monastery, you better go and listen to a Dharma talk from Thich Nhat Hanh, from Ajahn Brahm, from who knows who. Listen sincerely, listen 100%. Listen with your whole heart, your whole body, your whole mind. Because you're unwilling to do that, the path is not open to you. So you have to materialize the key. You have to materialize the key of generosity. Chúc mừng năm mới.
Chúc mừng năm mới.
Chúc mừng năm mới á.
Chúc mừng năm mới. Em ơi.
Ôi em ơi.
Anh Tây ngồi bên, anh Tây đẹp trai. Ê, hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Ngồi chơi.
So if you really want to give what's valuable to you, give your life. Give your whole body and mind. You'll get a lot of blessings, a lot of merit when you can give up everything. What are you more attached to? What are you less attached to? Give what you're more attached to. Then you can start to give what you're less attached to. Then you can start to give everything. Because it doesn't matter if you have $1 million or you go to live at a monastery and you become a monk and everybody thinks you're enlightened and worships you and supports you, and they think you're this Buddha, living Buddha. You'll still be suffering Because the mind of right here and right now, wherever you are, is the same mind that you're going to be dealing with, confronting, facing when you become a monk, go to live at a monastery, go to be wherever you happen to be. This is unavoidable, so stop trying to avoid it. Stop trying to make a deal with reality to get what you want out of it. You will never get what you want, because what you want is impermanent. And the you that wants it is just a dream, just an illusion. And as much as it appears, just like a cloud appears, it disappears again and again and again, appearing and disappearing. And if you don't like that, why don't you say hello to my little friend? Instead of finding a reason to complain, find a reason to appreciate. Not what's possible, but what already is. You know what's possible? All the good things, all the bad things. Anything that you can think of is possible. Never ending. But what already is actually quite fine. If you can start to look at what already is, you can see how fine it is. And if it's not fine, shut up. Stop complaining. The last thing we need in the world is one more person who's finding something to complain about. Try to be the person who finds something in what already is to appreciate. The beauty, not of what you see, but the beauty of seeing. The beauty, the wonderfulness, not of what you hear, but of hearing. Chúc mừng năm mới. How many words, how many thoughts does it take to get to the center of a Kit Kat bar? It doesn't take a single thought. It doesn't take a single word. It just takes a break. So why don't you take a break of that Kit Kat bar of emptiness, of freedom. Of real meditation. Why don't you try to find out what meditation is? Why don't you try to find out what mindfulness is? Why don't you try to find out what detachment is? Why don't you try to find out what a Buddhist monk is, what a Buddhist teacher is? Why don't you listen to one? I'll be here, but I can't make you do your best. You have to want to do your best all by yourself, where you already are.
này có bị khùng không? Chụp hình xong là đưa liền, quay qua đưa liền luôn. Cái gì vậy? Này đang nghe tiếng coi.
Surprise, surprise. Here comes the rain again. Don't complain. Just be, just face, just open. Open widely, open completely, open totally. With the power of mindfulness and detachment. With the power of peacefulness that is unconditional. Chúc mừng năm mới.
Chúc mừng năm mới.
Ông đang bắt luôn. Rứa ông đang bắt luôn nha.
Mới ở
Tránh người ta đang ấy kìa. Chào cô số 2.
Chúc mừng năm mới.
Ôi, người ta chúc mừng năm mới kìa.
So it is.
Nó làm xuyên sắp đây mà bác.
You cannot let the thoughts of the others control you, nor can you let your own thoughts control you. Because no you to control.
Nhớ hoài vui nhớ bên cha giác ngộ chẳng lo.
Thank you very much, Miss Shelley.
Đây bay đi đi. Qua đây đi đi.
This is the occasion of the present moment, isn't it? Everyone's invited, but nobody's here. Quite the interesting affair. What we can really say is that this is what it is. And stop using the way that it is as a justification for negativity, but rather allow the way that it is to be a deeper and deeper invitation for practicing generosity, for listening deeply, for exploring. Because sometimes life, I tell you, sometimes life is going to kick you in your ass. And you might very well be looking for an explanation, but there's no guarantee that you're going to be given one. And so what do we do when we get our ass kicked without an explanation? Well, we can be ignorant and attached, or we can practice mindfulness and detachment deeply. Whether it's Jesus or Buddha or whoever it is, it's time for you to get your act together. They invite me to take a seat again. So it's always changing. It's changing in such a way that we can't really get a hold of it, to understand it or to make it be the way that we want it to be. we kind of get high. We get high on our understanding. We get high on our perspective. We get high on feeling right, feeling correct, feeling that our thought was justified, that our thought being reified or being continued or being encouraged somehow gives validity to our way of being. But this is about invalidating our ways of being. Everything that you think, everything that you believe, the whole diary, the whole narrative, the whole story, empty. Empty out, widen out. I have a friend, or I'll call a frenemy. Oh, you're welcome, NJ. I'm happy it's helpful. You know, I don't... Listen, I can't say what this is. I can't say, you know, how this is going to affect you. I just know that I'm on... Why does this feel so heavy? I just know that I'm on my journey, so to speak, of ending suffering. And a part of that journey is sharing that. And that's it. That's what I can say. But, you know, I recently made that announcement about becoming a monk again and then not being a monk again. And someone who I've known for a long time is kind of a Tibetan yogi kind of guy. And you know, he didn't like that I originally had become a monk. And he also didn't like that I stopped being a monk. So it's just, we can't put so much importance onto what we like and dislike. It's not really that important that you like this or you don't like that. It's not that important. It's not that important that you believe this and you don't believe that. Non-belief is more important than belief or not belief. Not being affiliated with belief, whether it's positive or negative, is not as important as the emptiness or the vacuity of belief. If you like something or if you dislike something is not as important as being free from the entire notionality of likes and dislikes. No, I don't wonder who created my soul, because what is it? Where is it? Where's myself? Where can I find myself? Where can I find my soul? Where is it? What is it? And then we start talking about things. But talking about things is just sounds. It's just thinking about things. It's just stories. It's just words. Reality is free of wordlessness, in the same way that reality is free from any and all words that you can come up with. You have to let it go. What you believe is just what you believe. Let it go. Leave it at that. Hallelujah. Amen. Forgive and forget and let go. It's like you got a big pot of stew, and you've put all of your story and your life and your thinking and your possessions and your past, and if you put all this stuff into this stew, and your religion and your Buddhism and all these things into this stew, and instead of figuring that stew out, dump it, throw it away. Let the microbes, let the bacteria, let the nature take back your stew. Don't stew in yourself. Don't stew in your stew. Christians have got this one thing wrong. Catholics have gotten this one thing wrong. Christians and Catholics have both gotten this one thing wrong. And that is that God is our thoughts about God. That God could somehow be contained or put into a box of thoughts. God is beyond your thoughts about God. And if you want to know God or be in relationship with God, you better go into prayer. You better go into relationship with God. The practice and the process of being a monk was really, really important for me in my self-development and my process of individuation. And also it's something that, as like being really interested in Buddhism, it's something that I'm very happy to know about quite deeply and quite experientially. There's a lot of information, there's a lot of experiences that I got to have in being a monk, a Buddhist monk, that I would have never otherwise had access to. And that hopefully in the future I can make use of to teach others, to build community, etc. But these kind of things take a long, long time, not in a hurry. Going in this way, going in this path in a way that just 100% is not in a hurry, not in a rush. Not about getting anything. Not something that can be explained. My life is not something that can be explained. Because it's not mine, it's just life. Trying to escape suffering is as foolish as trying to hold on to suffering. What it is, what you're experiencing now, has to be penetrated, has to be gone through. Everything, or God, is nowhere other than here and now. If you can't meet God here, you're never going to meet God. Thank you, thank you. We don't know. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. We simply do not know. And we have to accept that. And actually, to practice not knowing is recommended. To truly practice not knowing. This is all about forgiveness, offering and receiving forgiveness. We're stuck, we're lost in thinking that our opinion is so important. That's what social media has done to us. That's what TikTok and YouTube and modern politics have done to us. Your opinion is not that important. Your opinion is as important as the business that you're involved with. This is involved with businesslessness. A busylessness person is a person who I'd like to meet. I mean, really, it's ridiculous how much we've become fixated on this idea about the review that we leave or the opinion that we have as being so important. It comes down to you giving importance to whether you like something or don't like something. And it's true and it's fine that you may like something or you may not like something. But letting go of liking and disliking is more important than if you like or dislike something. And it's more real as well. It's more practical. And this is the higher level Buddhist teachings. This is the higher level wisdom teachings. So you may feel a natural karmic affinity with me, so you can stay connected and involved with me on this journey, and hopefully that supports you and helps you in all kinds of different ways. But at the end of the day, when you lay down to go to sleep, or when you wake up in the morning, you have to make this path your own. And it's not about convincing anyone else of anything, convincing someone else to believe in God or convincing someone else to believe in Buddha or whatever. My answer, my real answer, is I don't know. My real practice is practicing not knowing. Beep boop, beep boop, boop boop. Feeling good feels good. Feeling bad feels bad. Boredom feels boring. So what? Stop aggrandizing feeling good. Stop complaining about feeling bad. Stop being bored of boredom. Make use of it. Let's go. Let's go to the mountaintop. My body's a little bit heavy, so maybe you can help me get up there. But we can't diminish the importance of the climb. We can't diminish the importance of the difficulty. We can't diminish the importance of the easiness. Everything is an opportunity. April 3rd.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. I live these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges because they haven't committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest for right. So just as I say we aren't going to let any dogs or water hoses turn us around, we aren't going to let any injunction turn us around. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop.
Amen.
Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He has allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
So it's not at all about avoiding suffering. In fact, it's about experiencing our suffering more deeply than we've ever experienced before, so that we can know for ourselves that suffering in the here and now is not separate from no suffering, that salvation is not separate from damnation. And sometimes instead of thinking about ourselves or God or Buddha, we just need to go for a walk and meet God, meet Buddha in each and every step. So let's walk. Oh, come on, bye-bye. Yes, yes, bye-bye, come on. Ooh. Start your engines. Start your adventure. And Brian, you've got some good things to say, but you've got to be willing to listen. Otherwise, what we say may be less practical than it could be. What's this? What's over here? What's going on in here? Chúc mừng năm mới. You know. It's intensity, intimacy. Many of the monks that I've met use nicotine in some way or another. In Myanmar, they love to chew betel nut with tobacco. and it makes their mouth and their spit, I've used it too, very red, and kind of gives you a, it's like a stimulant, like coffee. And then they're going around spitting. They're spitting out the juice from the betel nut. So there's nothing wrong with caffeine or nicotine in the sense of being stimulated, but the work that we're trying to do concerned with the 5 precepts is not being intoxicated. So not getting drunk, not getting high. But you could have a beer and not be drunk. Chúc mừng năm mới. Yes, yes. You could have a beer and not be drunk. But the same probably is not true of like smoking weed. So I recommend you avoid the whole shebang. Don't drink alcohol, don't smoke weed, play it safe. Nicotine's not too big of a deal. But if you're smoking all the time, and really in a certain sense, actually the vaping can be more dangerous than the cigarettes for our mentality. Because when people smoke, and sometimes people smoke a lot, but it's every now and again. Whereas when people are vaping, they're vaping like all the time. And this creates a really deep habit energy that's not so good. In terms of sexual desire, it's something that you want to know how to not be controlled by. You don't want to allow sexual desire to determine the decisions that you make. And as you get further and further along on the path, that will be natural, that you're not totally wrapped up in sexual thinking or desire. But at the beginning, you do want to practice some fasting. So not masturbating, not watching pornography, not overly indulging in that sexuality, because it can be very confusing and distracting. It can be intoxicating. You want to keep a clear, present mind. Sustain awareness, sustain attention. 100% following the 5 precepts. You got it. Chúc mừng năm mới. Curiosity without aggression. Curiosity while recognizing that aggression is just not a good idea. And aggression is really, it's an anger, it's an internal frustration. Chúc mừng năm mới. We're frustrated. This person seems like they have something that we don't have, or life just isn't going the way that we'd like it to go, even though we've tried so hard. We've put so much effort. So this frustration takes all kind of different forms that we then have to deal with. Thank you, Eddie. Very, very kind. We have to be ready to be confused. Life is confusing. But just because life is confusing doesn't mean that life is about being confused. Just because there are many things in life that feel good doesn't mean that life is about feeling good. Use the word everything. You can't stop fear until you're willing to feel fear. You can't stop being confused until you're willing to be okay with being confused. And friends, look, I'm not trying to get you to join a cult. I'm not trying to get you to become my student. I'm not trying to get you to follow me around. That's the last thing I want. I'm simply sharing the way that I go about ending suffering. The way that I go about turning off the television of the real true person and the real true story moment by moment. To be free. Simply. Not complicatedly. And unconditionally, as much as is possible. Unconditional true freedom. Unconditional true playfulness. That's a good one too. Unconditional true playfulness. Now that looks like my kind of hat. I need a hat because when I walk around during the day trying to get my steps in, the sun can burn my fair skin very easily. So let me see about this hat. Wow. Okay. What are we thinking? That also for the sound, right? That resonates the sound to come back to the microphone so we can hear more clearly. And how much? 3.
380. 380.
I don't think I have that much. Let me see.
300.
I think this will really improve the quality of our live streams. But I don't have enough money. Yeah, so my teacher, Sayadaw Otamatara, founder of Tabarwa, will be in California for the next 3 months. And then I believe that he will actually take a trip across the United States. So if you get the chance to join one of his retreats or connect with him in California, very, very worthwhile. I've gotten a lot from the time that I've spent with him. The why, the why, the why, the why. It's a matter of ignorance and attachment, my friends. There's no answer to why. It's what the Buddha said, it's imponderable. Yes, my dear, I see it. It's imponderable. Why was I born? Why were my parents born? Why do I find myself in this situation? Why do I appreciate this hat? You want me to talk to, go and talk to AI and give them all of the variables and all of the descriptions that you have. Give them all the information that you have and see what the AI comes back and says to you. Chúc mừng năm mới. Live stream. TikTok. TikTok, yes. Come, say hello. Say hello. Come. Hello. Chúc mừng năm mới. Chúc mừng năm mới. Why are you beautiful? Why are you ugly? Why are you black? Why are you white? Why do you have indigestion? Why do you have cancer? Why are you wearing those clothes? Well, it probably wouldn't be a good idea to be nude right now. So much why is just a whiner. And so we have to stop whining and we have to start engaging in doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment. Yes, we have doubt, but the doubt should not limit us. We have to go beyond the limit of the limit that we currently have in the way of doing good deeds, doing actions of generosity, listening to the Dhamma, sharing the Dhamma, being kind, being compassionate, sharing joy. That's beyond any limit of some crudgety old opinion that we hold on to. A real friend, a true friend on the path, doesn't look for why. They can see through why. That's someone who can actually be our teacher. And in the meantime, we can keep trying to fight with people or punch people in their faces or, comment on other people's egos or whatever, our impressions. But really, what are we doing? We're just wasting our time when we could be meditating or turning inward or listening to a real Dhamma teacher. Okay. There might be an ATM up here. And also, I also see some benefit or some good points about opening up the space and being available to people who, maybe don't like me or have a strong critical opinion about me, because it makes me have to come back to my own ego and say, you're not special. This doesn't need to be about being special. There can be a total ordinariness that is very appreciative of kindness, appreciative of generosity, appreciative of openness. Sometimes we think we're being the hero, but we're actually the villain. And Marvel movies haven't even been that good recently, so what are we so worked up about? Being superheroes. Bad luck and good luck is just a matter of cause and effect. Bad luck and good luck is a matter of cause and effect. Good cause leads to good cause or good effect. Bad cause leads to bad effect. And hey, if you're free from good and bad, then you don't have to worry too much about cause and effect. But I don't think anybody here is free from good and bad. Pain is painful, pleasure is pleasurable. Good things feel good, bad things feel bad. It is what it is. Stop complaining. Okay, it worked. That's great. You know, and soon people are going to be asking me, why are you wearing that hat? Who do you think you are? What do what are you trying to do? Well, let's find out. All right, battery's running out, everybody. There's no such thing as sin in Buddhism. Certainly no such thing as original sin. Cause and effect actually does not rely on good or bad. But because we are human beings, pleasure feels pleasurable, pain feels painful, etc. Good things happening is good things happening. Bad things happening is bad things happening. And so the Buddhist idea, the Buddhist concept of wisdom is where we get into blessings. So blessings are that which lead us to the ending of suffering. Blessings are that which lead us to freedom from good and bad, freedom from right and wrong. So we can make use of everything to help others, to come back to freedom, to forgive everything and everyone. I recently lost one of my power banks. But I will maybe get another one soon. Sue, I buy the hat. Wow, beautiful hat. Very, very beautiful.
Very, very,
Oh, very nice.
very.
Yes, very good. Beautiful. Right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So 350. Thank you. So actually, you know, in the whole scheme of being a monk, in terms of being a monk, let's say in the way of wearing this hat, I could 100% be a monk and wear this hat. But really, it's, you know, the point of being a monk is not to wear a hat like this. So right now, you know, not being a monk makes more sense to me. It's as simple as it is. And it's definitely silly to say it like this, but I'll say it like this anyway. I'll probably get in trouble. I'll probably get some karmic punishment for this. But for someone who has as many blessings as I do, it's quite easy to become a monk. It's not a big deal. When you're a monk, you know, you have to respect that and take care of that. But it's not very difficult to become a monk. Difficult to stay a monk. Or to get the success. Most difficult is to get the success. To become enlightened in some capacity. You know, and so not just am I not a monk, I'm a nobody. I'm not anybody. I'm not any mind. Hello. Is it wool? No, it's not. I don't think it's wool. It feels quite natural. But 350,000 dong. Of course it's a hat. What else would it be? What else could it be? Yes, just to be a human being in itself is a great blessing, a great opportunity. Chúc mừng năm mới. There's actually, I mean, some people get really worked up about, you're a monk, you're not a monk, you can't do that, you can do this. There's one guy who I really like, I respect his Dhamma, Khyentse Rinpoche, in the Bhutanese, Tibetan of monasticism. And he wears like, he dresses up like a transvestite and will do like performances or Dhamma talks and stuff. And he's a super famous monk in the Tibetan tradition, you know, like very, very high Lama. So anyway, it's any idea that you hold on too strongly, some of those ideas may be more skillful or less skillful, but you have to know how to let go of that. Because someone being a monk or not being a monk can't make you walk the path. Oh, I follow this pure monk, you know, this great monk, this famous monk, this enlightened monk. That's really, really good. That's better than following Logan Paul, but still, you have to come back to your practice and your way, you know? It's not just about feeling good, but being good. Being good in the way that is beyond good. There's no such thing as a brain. Brain is just a thought. Brain is just another thought. Hello. This is just the kind of hat that suits me. What can I say? Most hats I'm not, there's not enough energy into it to get me to wear it. But I really need to wear a hat for the sunlight, not in the evening time like this. Yeah, so anyone who wants to get more information about the meditation retreats going on in California with my teacher and linking up with him, just reach out to me. And thank you. Hello. Hello. Chúc mừng năm mới. No, that's just your opinion. These are just my opinions. It's not ultimately true or not true. Ultimate truth is free of opinions, free of thoughts, free of words, free of whatever you put into it. It's just like your attention or your awareness, right, is naturally free from what you are aware of. So it's not possible for anything that you are aware of to stay in awareness. Anything that you are aware of is impermanent by nature, regardless of what you do. And so this path of enlightenment is becoming stabilized in that awareness that is free from the things that appear and disappear. Become smart in life. Become smart in life by becoming generous. Become smart in life by prioritizing to give more good and to let go of more bad. So we start by doing more things like volunteering, more things like helping others, more things like practicing generosity. Are we still connected, everybody? And so once you can be like open enough in yourself to start doing things more in line with practicing generosity, or doing things more in line with volunteering, helping others, things along the lines of letting go and giving up, then you can get into the practice of following 5 precepts. So don't kill, don't steal, don't lie or speak harshly. Be very careful with your sexual activity, and no more drugs and alcohol. Have a relationship with mindfulness, generosity. We lose the hell out of our intelligence.